So I guess this is a part 2. I did not know that the last time this did not happen to me, but it turned off on me as if it was on like a timer. And I know YouTube doesn't have like a timer on there as well. You have to stop at a certain point. So I don't know what happened. So we're considering this a part 2. And hopefully YouTube will not trip again. Because what was that? So before there wasn't a big delay between the first live and this live. So I'm still working on piece number 4. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. That was weird. Ouch. What the heck? Okay. Oops. Anyways. Let me go ahead and press open. Oh, I cut 4. Did I cut 4? Did I cut 3? 1. I cut 3. Never mind. I cut 3. Yeah, I cut 3. I need to press open my seams real quick. Now this one I will have to do in sections. I will not do one continuous line of stitching. So I will be doing each ruffle in its own row of stitches. If you're finished with 4, go ahead and move on to pattern piece number 5, which will be your lower ruffle. If you're doing what I'm doing, if you're doing the 3 tiers, if you're doing just 2, then you only need to do those 3 and 4. You don't need to worry about 5. So if you already have all of your ruffles gathered down and attached to the dress, take a break. Take a break. Go use the bathroom. Go get you a drink. Eat your little snack. Make sure the kiddos are not getting into something that they're not supposed to be getting into, because you know it's quiet right now. And you know they done something they wasn't supposed to be doing. So go check on your cheering. Or check on the cats too, because like kids, cats be getting into stuff too. Acting real uncouth. Like they was raised in the barn, knowing they was in the house since they were born. I need you to act like you got some culture. Like you're refined. Oh, I said I'm gonna do each section. I still need to find the... Yeah, I still need to find the half point, because I'm gonna attach them at the seams. of them lies where I lose everything. Right here. Also, another thing about my ruffles is they are a touch longer than the actual pattern piece. I told you I'll be doing extra. I'll be doing extra. So not only did I add more, another piece of ruffle. So like I said, instead of it having 2, I have 3, and instead of having 3, I have 4. I also made each one longer than the actual pattern piece. So we're dealing with a little bit more. So your ruffles will not be this long. So don't look at mine and be like, oh my God, that is so much. It's really not. It is really not. I am stopping at on the first one before I hit the second one. So that's the sizing for the second one. So when I say I like to do mine in section, this is what I mean. So I'm gonna put 2 stitches here, one more row of stitch here, and then I'm gonna go on this side and then start my next gathering stitches. I'm gonna do that to all 3 pieces. This just helps control the actual gathers, and like I said, if I start pulling and something breaks, I will only have to regather or like restitch one panel instead of like taking that whole thing out and having to restitch again, which is also why you're doing 2 rows of stitching in case that top row or the bottom row breaks. You can have that backup. But I also like the way that it gathers down when it involves 2 rows of stitches. Maybe my next live I do, not no time soon, but one of the lives that I do, I'll probably go through the whole process of how I like resize my pants, because I know a lot of people do like a full butt adjustment and like a full tummy adjustment. I don't do those because I really don't like to hack into my patterns. So I have this one little hack that I do when it comes to adjusting my pants, because I do need to make them bigger, because I do have a bigger butt and I also have a stomach. So maybe I go through the whole process on live showing how I do my pants too. But I don't think I'm making any pants right now, except for a jumpsuit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a jumpsuit. I need to figure out which one I want to make. And on those, I do sometimes have to do those same adjustments. coming to my last seam before I hit the end or the last panel, and I'm going to stop here, and I am going to go and do my second row of stitching. So this is the second panel. And what I'm doing is just pulling on my stitching to straighten out, because it does like to pre-gather a little bit. So I'm just straightening that out, because sometimes when you're gathering or putting the gathering stitch in and that fabric is already bunched up, it'll sew it down, which will cause you to have issues when you start gathering. So I like to make sure my stitches are straight and nothing is gathered. So I will be smoothing as I go along too. Already seeing kinks in here, so I'm hoping that it doesn't affect how I gather. And I am stopping before the seam allowance. I do not gather in my seam allowance. And make sure I keep my tails long, I do have to straighten this out, so I need to have enough thread. And this is my third panel. My piece number 5, I did 4 panels for it instead of 3. I'll be ruffling for a little bit on that one. go ahead and ruffle my 5 since they already are sewn together and get those out the way too. This is the boring part of doing ruffles. Have made it this far into the live and you're watching part 2, drop your favorite Korean or Chinese dramas that has episodes, and then also drop links to your favorite, if they're on YouTube, your favorite short, Chinese short, because I seem to be watching those a lot lately, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. a lot. I've even watched so many of them that I am now watching those badly dubbed English ones. Oh, sweet Jesus. Those things are horrible. They are so horrible, but them the only ones that bring me like new dramas with different plot twists. And I mean, they're Chinese dramas. They are Chinese dramas, but with horrible English dubbing on top of it. If we already be fighting for our lives, trying to decipher the code that be inside some of those subtitles. Yeah, see, now I got a kink right here. I don't know how I got a kink. Yeah, if we be deciphering just be fighting for our lives, deciphering the codes that be the subtitles, because those subtitles be horrible too. They be horrendous. Just think how it sounds when they do those horrible English dub on top of it. And I've noticed that their favorite word is It's bitch. I was watching one drama and like it seemed like every other word out of their mouths was bitch. I was cracking up. Oh my god, I was cracking up. I should make a short and post it on TikTok because it was so funny. I knew it. I was just about to say I think my bobbin is getting low because it's causing my fabric to bunch up even more. And it normally only start doing that because it's not enough thread in there. So it starts getting real tight and something. No, what happened? My thread broke. Okay, I'm fine. I'm okay. I don't like this. Hold on. One more section to go, I think. Yeah. Ooh, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Yes, my machine has an automatic threader on it, but it's messed up right now. The little needle on the inside, I have to fix that. We're working on the last panel for piece number 5. Y'all, just think if I had enough fabric. This thing would have been longer. So this should come to my shin. Like I said, I'm in my maxi dress era. And I want all of my dresses to be long. But y'all don't understand. Sometimes when your feet be looking raggedy and you don't feel like painting your toenails right now, them long dresses be coming in handy. Long dresses and long pants. Which is why I do flowy pants in the summertime also. So my jumpsuits are flowy, big, wide leg pants. use stuff like denim. I may use like a linen maybe. And I really don't like dealing with linen either because linen likes to wrinkle on you. But I do like using challis or thinner knits if I have to use a knit. To go ahead and attach this to piece number 4. Because this is going to be a long ruffle and I need to go ahead and get that out of the way. Forget to change your stitch length. This will be my middle point. This is my middle point. I mean that this one was going to be long. But that is my fault. Because I always gotta overly complicate my life. I'm hoping that this gathers down enough, because if my top piece is just as long as my bottom piece, then when you start gathering up, you won't get a lot of gathers, which is what I was kind of going for. So I just gotta hope and pray that this matches up, so I can get me some good gathers going. Oh, wait a minute. Don't get that wrong. I was about to mess up. It's so much fabric, I'm confusing myself. Remember, gathered in to a non-gathered in. Gathered in to a non-gathered in. Do not do what I was just about to do and put two gathered pieces together. That's right. That is right. So piece 5 should be going on the bottom of piece 4. Piece 4 bottom has no gathering stitches in it. The top of piece 5 has gathering stitches in it. So the top of 5 need to go to the bottom of 4, right sides together. And I'm only calling this out because it's a mistake that I was just about to make, and I don't want you to run into the same issue. So piece 4, piece 5, piece 4, here's the gathering stitches on piece 4, and here's the gathering stitches on piece 5 here. So top of 4, bottom of 4, top of 5, bottom of 5, put top of 5 to the bottom of 4. And don't touch 4 because 4 needs to be gathered down to connect the 3. This is why you're supposed to do it only like one at a time. So like how we did 3, we worked on 3, and then we moved on to 4. And 4 was supposed to be attached to 3. But like I said, I like to complicate my life. I am my own worst enemy. it gathers. I should take this to the cutting table. It gives me a bigger surface to work with. Nothing is twisted. This is the halfway, what, a quarter point on this one. So let's put these two together. And then I can start gathering everything down. Now I can start gathering since I went in and quartered off my piece number 4. About to gather this. We're going to see how much it gathers down. There are some people who grab for, when it comes to gathering, they will start gathering with their top stitch. I like doing the bobbin stitch because I feel like it just pulls easier. I'm not a fan of doing pulling the top stitch. So I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of gathers in this. I should have made that middle piece a little bit shorter, because like I like how 3 came out. 3 came out with a lot of gathers. I don't want to cut down 4 just so I can get a lot of gathers in 5, because then it may make it short for piece 3. Not happy with how this is looking. And the crazy thing is like I know that these don't start off with a lot of gathers to begin with, which is why I always add extra fabric. Like I always make my pieces longer. But I probably should have made these a touch longer. Still cut 4 or even cut 5 on it. I don't have enough fabric left over to cut one more panel. I may have enough to cut some more and add it to the ends, but then I will have to worry about those middle pieces. So we're just gonna roll with it, get this to go on as best as we can, and hopefully by the time that we gather down 4 to put on 3, it'll be gathered so much that you won't really tell that this doesn't have like a whole lot of gathers in it. So I know the next time I make this, I need to adjust. And I need to make sure I have enough fabric, because I only had 6 yards on a 45, which is African print fabric. So 40, it's like 45, 42, 42, 45. I just couldn't get no more of this one because I got this from one of my fabric stores, and I thought this was going to be enough. This is why I don't like doing ruffled stuff unless I know I have way more fabric than what I need. I can do 2 rows, but then it'll be short. Because then that means I would have had to make my ruffles longer and do 2 rows. Because I don't do short anything. Below my knees or longer is what I do. And I prefer longer. Make sure that if I'm doing this again, I will use 8 yards. I probably even get 10 because I feel like I want to do another row of ruffles. So I can make the dress longer. going to sew up these two sections first that I've already done, because I don't want the gathers to be moving around too much, because even though they're not going to like stretch out, they will still move around. So I want to go ahead and try to get that done, so I can feel at least a little secure that these doesn't come out on me. Let me change my thread since I don't need the gather anymore. Bobbin back in. I finish sewing this up, I'm going to show you the difference and what I mean on making sure that your pieces are, you know, when you're doing this, to make sure that your pieces are longer than the top piece. Your bottom pieces are longer than the top pieces, or you won't get a lot of gathers. And some people are okay with that. A lot of these patterns have it to where it doesn't give you a lot of gathers anyway. So even though I did make everything bigger and longer and added more pieces, I was still going off of the measurements of the pattern. So So if I needed 2 pieces and I added just 1 piece extra, I should have probably added 2 pieces to the next one instead of like 1 extra piece. And I should always check to make sure that those pieces are cut longer to add in extra. But I had not made this one before, so I didn't know how their gathers was gonna look. But essentially, I think that these gathers would have looked like how this looked. Check this before I move on to the second half of this, but like you see how like it's not gathered, it's gathered, but it's not gathered a lot as opposed to how piece 3 looks on the top. So you see how much more gather that is? That is what I was going for. That is not what I achieved. So next time I need to add in, for every extra piece that I add in, I need to add in 2. So if one piece has 2 and I do 3, my next piece has 3, I need to do 5. So for 1 extra piece, I need to do 2 extra pieces. So you see, like, it's really not a lot of gathering going on in here at all. But since it's at the bottom, I think I'll be okay with that. But I was going for this. I was just going for this. Like, I have taken note on that. Okay, so now let me do the other half of this so we can move on to attaching this to piece number 3. And yes, it does take this long to do gathers. That's why I normally will try to do this before my live starts. So I will try to do all of my prep before, like this stuff that takes a long time before my live starts. But I really wanted to like have a video up where I'm actually like sewing with you. Like, if it's taking me this long, it's gonna take you this long, unless you did a shorter version, so you don't have many ruffles to deal with, and yours is not as long. Your ruffles is not as long as mine. It's a good thing that I went back in and quartered off my piece number 4. That way my gathers wouldn't be so wonky. And if y'all don't know this about me, like if you're new here, and if one thing y'all do need to know about me, that if I don't like something, it will go into the trash. I do not waste my time trying to fix it, trying to make something else out of it. This will straight go to the garbage can. To the garbage can. Just a little fun fact. Have to change music. I was trying to keep it mellow, but this is too mellow. It is after 12 o'clock here where I'm at, after midnight. $143. I've been on since 11:30, I think, so not as long as I thought I was on. I thought it's been longer than that. It was almost 12 when I got on. still have to gather because I still got to gather down 4. And attach that to my top pieces. I hope this gives some people a good understanding on when it comes to ruffled garments, just the sheer amount of fabric you need to do this and how long it takes just to do this part. It's not even like to put the whole thing together. It's just the gathering of the ruffles, because a lot of people think that this is easy and it doesn't take a long time. This is why I can understand why silky dresses are expensive, because they take a lot of material, and some of their dresses, like, even though it's a circle skirt, it's still a circle skirt that is like way larger than the opening, so it's not like you're just sewing it on. You do have to gather that down. And if you got all the dresses, her one dress is with the ruffles on it and the ruffled split, you gotta gather those ruffles down too. And organza is a beast. Like, it is a beast to work with. It is not easy. It stretches out of place. It, well, I don't want to say stretch, but it warps out of place. It's thin, so it shifts around on you when you're trying to sew it. It is a nightmare. That and chiffon. It is a nightmare. So I can understand why those dresses cost that much. Will I still spend the money for it? If I was rich, yeah. But I know how to sew, so I will make my own. And I am currently working on my own pattern to make one. It does slightly differ from hers, just a little, not a lot, in the bodice area. So it's inspired by Selkie without it being a Selkie dupe. Which is what I try to do with everything that I take inspiration from. Like, I don't try to outright copy it, because even though if I try to, that doesn't mean that I'm going to get it correctly, because I don't know her process, but I can come close to it. This is why designers doesn't, like, people that do actual make clothes for you, like the prom dresses and stuff, they don't do replicas. There will be a little bit of change element in there, and they will tell you to take your ass to the person who actually made it if they want it to be exact, which is a good thing. So I like designers who have morals when it comes to that, because they wouldn't want nobody stealing their designs, the stuff that they come up with. me some more clips. I'm getting low. The bag really turned me on to these clips. Alright, now we're about to sew. We're about to sew. Sew. Ooh. Let's turn it down a bit. two need to make a deal with one of these little record companies so we can get some good music over here, because you can do so much, you can only do so much with elevator music, which is what I be feeling like this stuff be. I should just change it to that trap one, because some of the beats up in there was good. That or the house. I can do house music more than this. I don't know what this is. It's for like a lo-fi. Station. nothing's caught up. Ooh, this is long. Long. Okay, I think we're good. We're good. Okay, now if it's to serge these bits off, well, the inside. Normally I wouldn't have to do this since I've already serged it anyways. That's why I said it was a waste of time for me to do this, what I did, because I didn't need to do that. But you can leave it like this on the inside if yours is already serged and cleaned up. But I'm going ahead and serge all mine together because it lays a little bit flatter for me when I do that. So we're gonna do that real quick. I will do that to 3 also, and to 4 when I attach it to 3. Flat side down, ruffle side up. You can also take your basting stitches out if what you have is fine. Like you don't. Ooh, please tell me you ain't cutting. Okay. Yeah, if what you have is fine, if nothing's bunched up and there was nothing to correct, if I can talk. shouldn't say basting stitches. I should say gathered stitches. Those you can go ahead and take out. Yeah, I'm almost at the end. I'm just trying to get these basting stitches out before I go over them like I did the front part. Because when you stitch over these basting stitches, they get caught in the thread, so like in the regular stitches that get caught in there, and you can end up snapping your regular stitches when you pull them. Doing stitches feels to me like a waste of thread. I mean, doing gathers, it feels to me like a waste of thread. The amount of thread I'm gonna have to throw away just doing gathers, it's ridiculous. So the other stitches that I didn't get out before I started serging, because it's late and I probably should be laying down instead of doing this, but no, I had to do this now since I'll be up around 2 or 3 anyways. We're slowly hitting on that 3 o'clock mark. And all I got done is ruffles. And not even all of them. Like all the layers are not even still put together. Alright. Oh my god. Time to gather down the rest of these to put on 3. And mostly part of the dress will already be constructed after we do that. Let's move this over here because I need to look at 3 real quick. Four has 3 pieces. If I cut those in half. cut, 3 was cut into, okay. On 4. That's 1 panel. Okay, this is the half of 4. See how I'm going to do this since I got it in 2 pieces. I should have cut my 4 into 2 pieces also, like I did my 3. I should have cut that 3rd piece in half. It's too late to do that now. This all goes to the front half, and that one goes to the back half. I guess this one just won't have any pockets in it, so let me go ahead and sew up where the dot would have been on here. Ooh, y'all know how I am about pockets, and if you don't know, I am a pocket girl, and I try to stick pockets in everything. And when I say everything, I do mean everything. So the way that I was trying to do this was I was trying to have it to where I kept it open. So since I'm not going to have any pockets anyways, I'm going to go ahead and sew up this whole. The right side needs to be left open. No, I'm not going to do that. Alright, before I attach 3 to 4. I'm going to go ahead and start constructing the top part because I kind of want to do the burrito method on. Yeah, I kind of want to do the burrito method on the top if I'm able to do it, so I can have a clean inside. Because I don't want to do any hand stitching. So we're going to go ahead and start constructing the top part. So all of this. Alright, so now we're getting the straps, which is number 6. Number 6. We are folding in half, and we're sewing the straight edge, because you're going to have a straight edge and you're going to have a pointed edge, right sides together, and you're sewing the straight edge closed and leaving the point open. And this was to be sewn at, I think this is going to be 5/8 also, because sometimes on here it'll tell you like do 1/4 inch or whatnot. So yeah. So we're doing 5/8 on this one, and your piece should be interfaced. I use, if you have SF101, you can use SF101 is what I like to use. What I have on here is from Wawak. It is Profuse. It is a woven iron-on interfacing. I don't like to use the thinner interfacing. You can use that if you want to, but I need for my straps to be a little sturdy, so I am going with a sturdier interfacing. Please pin and clip your pieces. Do not be like me and not use any clips or any pins. I'm so used to doing straight edges like this, and I normally don't use pins. Alright, so we're going to leave the point open. That's how you're going to turn it. Move on to the next one before I start doing the other strap. Before I start turning everything out and trimming. we're gonna trim and cut our, snip our corners. Turn this, and I do have a point turner, but that one I don't want to use on this. So what I'm going to do is try to get this on the inside first, and then I'm just going to grab, I normally keep a little chopstick down here, but I don't see it. I think I took it upstairs, so you can grab a marker. And all I do is I try to make sure the top part is in there as much as I can get it. And then I put the tip of the marker in and just start wiggling it down, trying to get a good start on it. This seems real uncouth, y'all, to be doing this on live. This is why I keep a chopstick down here, because it would have, don't do that. It would have been long enough to do this. This isn't long enough. And I don't want to stick anything in here. I gotta do it a little at a time. And I'm still looking, because I feel in my heart that I left one down here. Like, I just need something long enough to do that. My lighter, will it work? Okay. Try not to use nothing pointy, because you will start ripping through your material. What the hell? Why aren't you stuck? Come on. There we go. So I just needed to get that tip to come out so I can do this. Alright, now I gotta do the next one. When I come on these lives like this isn't for, like, if you didn't catch the beginning of the live, it isn't for me to like chit chat or anything. It's supposed to be like a sew along, an actual sew along. So I'm not really looking at the comments, and the comments doesn't pop up on the screen anyways. Like I need a whole nother different tablet or phone or something to look at the comments. So if you're asking me anything, I'm not ignoring you per se, but this is only supposed to be like sew with me, and not like one of my Friday sew alongs that I do when I take over for LaShawn. So it's just for anybody who wanted to make this particular dress, which I probably wouldn't even use my own damn directions because, baby, I'd be all over the place. So that's why I'm not really answering any comments or anything. So it's kind of like if you're in here, you're just basically going to be watching me explain to the people who's going to be rewatching this. Because I don't want to do any videos. Because I don't want to do any editing. So like you're going to see the full rawness of like constructing garments and stuff, like all the bloopers, all the mess ups, all the mishaps. And it's like one of those things where we should all be sewing together and finishing together instead of having to pause. Like when you see some of the other sew alongs, you have to pause it to do what they tell you to do. So you're actually seeing me do everything, like sewing it, serging it, gathering it. So it's just one of those type of lives. So this is content and not entertainment per se. Because technically it is still entertainment, but it's entertainment to be watched back. check something real quick. I want to see if this strap, this buckle is going to be big enough, or if I need to get something bigger. Hey, it's big enough. Okay, we're good. Because I'm using this. They don't tell you to use this. They want you to use a button and to do a buttonhole, but I'm using overall buckle. I'm just hoping that my straps are long enough. See, this is what I mean by me not following the directions. I'm always making things harder for myself, like always. Okay, so now I need to attach this to the back of the top. And your raw edge, they wanted me to baste that, but I'm not going to do it because I'm going to baste it when I put it on. But they want you to take the raw edge of this to put it at the top of your bodice, in between those dots. So you should have had like a big dot and a small dot. And all you're doing is just lining up the raw edge in between those dots. And I just put notches on mine. I didn't put the dots on mine, I put notches. So this would have indicated, like the dots would have been down here, and I just snipped where those dots would have been at. Yeah, they wanted you to line it. There was some dots on here. I'm not lining my dots up with mines. Like, I'm not lining my dots up with the dots on here. It would have overlapped up towards the top. I didn't want that. I need this strap to be as long as it can be because of the buckle that I want to use. Because I will, if the dress come out good, and this is the only thing that I don't like about it, I will take this apart, and just this part, and take the straps off and put longer straps on if I have to. Alright, we're going to baste this. And I think one of these, like I said, y'all, I've cut out a lot of patterns this week alone, and some of my patterns are getting a little mixed up as far as what I needed to do on each one. And I think I want to say this top part is supposed to be sewn at 3/8, but I want to make sure before I put my strap on. Okay, no. So it was another pattern that needed me to do it at 3/8. Okay, good. I had to make sure. So we're going to baste these on. And from what I see in the directions, your points need to be going towards the center of the bodice, not towards the outer edge. So like this point here needs to be going towards the center and not towards the edge. Moving on to that little that extension piece, which is number 7. You only should have one of these and not 2. I, on the other hand, made 2 because I'm going to put them on both sides. Now, if I don't need it, I will eventually take mine off because I did make my dress supposedly bigger. Supposedly. I don't know the sizing of this, so I don't know how it's going to turn out. So I need to do the sides of this on the dots, right sides together. So I'm assuming that's a 5/8. Just on the edge. We're only doing just the edge. And they have you trimming that off. So we have to do both edges. Trim. And flip. Notch that a little bit. real quick, and then they tell you to baste the top. And I'm assuming that's at 5/8 also, because that looks like that's in half. That's half of the of this little extension piece. What I'm using is a clapper. All it is if you want crisp, sharp seams, flat seams. If you want flat seams or crisp, sharp edges, as soon as you take it off and take the iron off of the piece, this cools it down and flattens it and makes it nice and flat and sharp and crisp. But I like to use it on my seams more because it makes the seams flatter. But I don't have to do that on this fabric because for some reason this fabric does pretty good at pressing. So if you don't have one of those, it's good to have it in your sewing arsenal. Take this up to 4, and we're going to baste. And to think I gotta come back down here later on tonight and get on live. That means I need to come down here and clean up because I'm pretty much like kind of assembled on my what I'm making for tonight, which will be $97.02. So if you're rewatching this, it's May 8th, Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that I will be sewing up 97.02. You can rewatch the video if you didn't catch the live. I will be sewing that up. I will be making little changes to it, and I will go through all those changes when I make the outfit. Alright, so the extension attaches to the back side, or the back of the bodice. down with the dot out of the seam allowance. I had a dot on here. I don't know where it's at. So we're just going to get ruffle piece, because it's down on, yeah, ruffle piece number 3, top part. Always make sure your markings, your notches, your dots are transferred, so you don't have to go through this. Hoping I can put some pockets in this, but I don't have the brain power to work that out right now. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm gonna probably need this again, because I'm sure I'm missing another marking somewhere. Back side, right side to right side, right side to right side, dot to dot. I should quickly serge this. Yeah, let me go ahead and quickly serge the ruffled gathered part. If you don't have a serger, you can zigzag stitch. I just like doing this because, like I said, it flattens out all those gathers. And just makes it a little more easier to work with. So, like, see, it flattens all the gathers and makes it into one piece. Serger over here. regular machine here. We're going to go ahead and attach this to the back. Dot to dot. Dot to dot. Edge to edge. So if you sewed that extension correctly, it should have been a dot down here, like right here on the seam, and you have your dot on your panel number 3, on pattern piece number 3, which is your top ruffle panel part, and you're just going to match up the very edge of your extension with that dot and the raw edge to raw edge, right sides together on the back side. Do not attach it to the front, attach it to the back. And if it's lined up right, it should be basically right at the seam allowance. So this up here should be about 5/8, should be, like from the edge of my extension to the top of the back part, it should be 5/8. So it should be out of the seam allowance or right at the seam allowance. We're going to go ahead and press that, sew that down at the 5/8. Change my stitch. Oh no, what I'm doing. Oh, no, that's right. That was right. Psyching myself out. They want you to press your seams going backwards. Did they tell me to trim? Because this is a lot. No? No? No, they did not. Oh, I was supposed to stop above the large dot. They don't tell you, like, on a pattern piece exactly how far up I'm supposed to stop, but I guess it's just enough to get it past the because remember your two pieces were supposed to be sewn together from the dot down, and I was going to change up mine and not do that, but I had to end up doing it anyway, so I had to go back in and sew up from the dot down, since I can't put no pockets on it, which I'm mad about. So you need to stop before you get to the bottom, because it needs to be able to turn out. I mean, your placket needs to kind of go inside once you, I need to see where I need to stop. So let me concentrate on that first. Okay, then I'm going to show you what I got. Hopefully this is right. Like, these are the times where you be needing these videos to show exactly if what you did was correct. Alright, don't look too hard at my stitches. Alright, so the dot on your pattern piece number 3, you should have had a dot and 2 notches. You were supposed to go from your dot down first, and now that we're adding the extension was supposed to line up with the dot and stand out of the seam allowance. I end up folding my front piece, because this is the front piece. So I fold my front piece down, trying to keep everything even. So I folded it down, and this is where my dot is here, and this is the end of that extension. So I made sure not to go all the way down to where I'm sewing on top of this, but I'm just above that dot. So when I flip this over, which I have to press it, and everything comes out right, that placket or the extension is supposed to sit inside. So this is the extension here, and this is the end of the extension. So once it's inside, it's supposed to lay and hide, like lay flat and hide inside of that pattern piece. So this is what you're supposed to be looking at. So it looks like this. So you're sewing it on like this first, and then you're gonna pull it open like this, and then I'm gonna press this down. I'm gonna like press this flat. So all of your seams should be going to the back, and once you pull up your front piece, this tail part was supposed to go behind the front piece, and then they're going to eventually have you fold your seam allowance over, press it, and this extension piece is supposed to be inside of your front pattern piece. So that's how it's supposed to look. So make sure you get this part right, so when you go into like to iron it out, to press it, this part is laying flat, like nothing is bunched up. And then you also still want to make sure that these seams match up. So try to get that part at least as straight as you can. So now I'm about to move on to the other side. You're only supposed to do it to one side. I'm doing it to both sides because I'm a masochist or a sadist or both, and I like to torture myself. So let me go ahead and sew up from the dot first, because that was the first one of the first steps we were supposed to do as we was attaching number 3 to the top and the back. So we're sewing from the dot. Okay, so dot down, back side. Remember, all of this is going on your right side, not your left side, your right side. Like I said, I am crazy and I like to torture myself. So I'm doing it on both, which I probably will end up not even needing this, because if the dress is loose enough, I can just pull it on over my head. So I done been and done all of this for nothing. We're going to make sure that the end of the placket is matching up with the dot, because that's where the stitching ends. So this is the front, this is the back. I just folded my front out of the way. I'm just going to line up where the edge of my extension to that to the dot, or the end of the stitching. I'm going to make sure I am clipping everything together. My seam is going up, and don't pay too close attention to all of that. That is gather stitches, because we know y'all nosy and y'all do like to judge. Was a little too high, so I need to come down some, because remember, I need to keep this out of the seam allowance. Alright, now we're going to stitch this in place. Probably leave maybe 3/8 to 1/4 of an, like stop at 3/8 to 1/4 of an inch away from the dot, or start, because I'm about to start from that end. So on the extension part, start at 3/8 to 1/4 of an inch away from the dot, or from away from the end of the extension. But I think they having me sew all the way to the top of the extension, but you need to make sure you leave some of the extension loose. That way when I fold it and put this on top of it, it'll go inside without like you struggling to get it inside. Alright, so I need to press these extension pieces real quick. So I hope that is explained like well enough, because I know some of these be the like tricky parts. And this is what I mean about that sometimes with those sew-alongs, they don't explain all of this, and sometimes they'll show it, but it's like some people like to use black on black, so you can't really see that. And I'm hoping y'all can see this well enough, considering I use a dark fabric. They didn't say anything about a top stitch. They didn't say anything about a top stitch, but if you want to top stitch, you can top stitch. I'm not going to do it. We're going to see how it is, and if I decide to do this again, I will know if I can top stitch or not. Okay, so both sides are open. For me, not for you. One side should be open for you. Y'all, if this is, okay. Since I was on Twisted, I was going to end this live. I was going to get an incomplete little video. Okay, next thing we need to do is set this aside, and we need to grab our back bodice or our lining. So we need to grab the lining. So you need the front and the back. And you need to sew them together again, just on the left side for you, on the left side. And yeah, fold them on the left side, because I'm trying to see if I need to go ahead and do the because the way mine is, it's not going to be like this. So I think I need to go ahead and do my top. So they want you to stitch your left, leave your right open, and on the side, on the right side that is open, fold your back piece at the seam allowance, however much the seam allowance is. If it's 5/8, so well, it's going to be 5/8. Fold it, press it, and it's going to go on top of your back piece where this is. So it'll be what you're going to do when you just put yours together. It will be right sides together. So fold it. Fold this out of the way. Remember, this is pressed going to the back. So this is my right side, like my good side, and this is my wrong side, my bad side. And you're going to put right sides together. Do this side. Okay, so this would have been pressed down. You're going to put your tops together, because remember, this is already folding. The one with the extension piece is already folded, because when you folded your seam allowance to the back, it already created the fold for you at the top. So what you're going to do is match up your two folds together, right sides to right side, so right sides to right side, and you're going to lay that on top of, like, line it up. You see the stitch line here? You're going to line this up with that, just to make sure that everything is even. And they're going to have you stitch all the way across the top, all the way to the other side, through the front and all the way to the right side. So you're going to start on the right side and the back, stitch all the way around up to the left side, come around to the front, and stitch to the right of the front. Just at the top, not at the bottom, just at the top. And make sure your straps are out of the way. So since both of my sides are like this, I need to do both of my sides like this. Like both. Alright. So in order to make sure that I get my seam allowance correctly, use a seam gauge which would be either this or this. So find the 5/8 on your seam gauge, use that and mark it. I just take mine to the machine and I just run a quick little basting stitch at 5/8 and I fold on that stitch line. So you'll be just doing this to one side of yours. Like I said, I'm going to be doing it to both sides of mine. Now I need to press. And you're folding that to the wrong side. I'm just making sure my straps are out of the way. They're going down. And I'm going to line up my edges. You're either going to pin or pin or clip. Wow. I can tell this late. So at this point, you should have all of your tiers, your ruffles attached to your dress. I don't, because I'm going to be doing the burrito method, and I'm going to be flipping. So I don't want to have to deal with all those all that fabric, because I don't hand stitch. I will find a way to get it done without hand stitching. Stitch this up really quick, as everything lines up, everything is nice and good to go. Oh, change my stitch length. basting stitching more for the side. Not seam ripping, y'all. I'm just trying to get this basting stitch out. If I need to do anything else before I start doing the burrito method. I was supposed to cut 8 too. Hold on, y'all, because I may have to end up cutting something else out. Oh no, I don't. Okay, so I can go ahead and do the lining. Okay, so what I mean by the burrito method, so because I didn't want to have to deal with a lot of fabric at the time to do this method, before I attach the front, I'm going to show you how I'm doing it on the back. So your piece should already be attached. You can still do this. You just got to deal with a lot of fabric. So I need to attach the bottom of this to the bottom of this. Normally you would take it, you will fold it over. You will probably do, it's probably would be best to do a understitch. So you will fold all of your seam allowance to your lining, which is the part that you got here. So you will have, make sure all of your seam allowance is going up. You will do a stitch. We call it an understitch, but it still can be considered a top stitch because you're still top stitching on the top, but it's an understitch. Ain't nobody asking you nothing, Google, so shut up. Y'all be listening too hard. Too hard. Okay, so you will do a quick understitch on here. I don't think it tells me to, yes it does. So you will do an understitch on this, and I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna show y'all how I'm gonna do this real quick. So instead of doing that, you'll be understitching, folding it over, and then you will be folding your seam allowance up, making sure your seam allowance to your waist, at your waist, is going up into this part here, and then you will be putting it down here and you'll be tacking it, hand stitching it. I'm not doing that. That's the way they tell you to do it. I'm not doing that. So what I'm going to do is take my ends, I'm going to roll as much of this as I can to get it out of the way so I can have access to, making sure my straps are in there too. So I need to roll all of this fabric in between the lining and the front. So everything is squished in between here. So it's like this. This is the lining, this is the front, these are my straps. My straps are going to go on top of my outer piece. So they're going in between, and then I'm going to roll your dress, just my top layer, up so I can have access to my seam here that's attaching number 3 to the bodice part. I'm going to bring down my lining piece and put it right sides together. It will be right sides together. Don't pay attention to that part. And you're just going to put the raw edges together. So raw edges together. So Basically, you're making a burrito out of your fabric. That's why I did not. That's why I didn't attach. I did not attach. So what I'm gonna end up doing is, so on this very edge, like on the very edge here, I'm just gonna put it down where it's supposed to be at, making sure that I'm still lined up with the raw edge. And I'm not gonna sew on top of this. I'm not gonna sew on top of this. I'm gonna start my stitches about here. So I'm gonna leave this part alone. I'm gonna wait till I flip it, and if I need to hand stitch just that part, I will just hand stitch that part. And what you're gonna end up doing is just pulling all of this out through this opening on the side. So pray for me that this is that this is gonna work, because so far I've had to use more brain power than I wanted to. So what I'm gonna do is baste it first, so those stitches will be easier to come out. And if it comes out good, then I'm gonna go back in with a regular stitch, because baby, I'm not about to be seam ripping them tight stitches, because that's gonna take a long time to come out. Doing this, you move slow so you're not catching anything that should not be caught. And try to stay on top of the stitch that you already put in here, because remember, I'd serged this, so it's not quite 5/8 anymore. So I'm just going to use the stitch that is already in here from when I stitched it together, because I do know that that's the proper seam allowance. Okay, so this is what I have. So what you're looking at is the wrong sides right now. My pretty sides are on is on the inside here, and the bottom half of number 3, well, all of number 3 is inside here. If you was doing this and all of your dress was already constructed, you would have had to squeeze all of those layers in. So if you did ruffles 3, 4, and 5, you would have had to squeeze all of that inside of this. It would have been a nightmare. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to baste this. So let me ramp up the stitch length. And we're going to just run a quick stitch on this. And I need to make sure that nothing is in the way, because I don't want anything to get caught. So you got to do a lot of feeling to make sure nothing's in there. Alright, so we're going to start before we get to this part. not, I would just pop the stitch in that area since I gotta restitch it anyways, and make sure everything's out the way. So we're gonna look at this first because I don't want to be overly confident and have to go in and like redo everything over. Oh my God, what is you stuck on? I can already see something going wrong, y'all. Yeah, because it's already in a circle. Oh wait, I'm pulling the wrong thing. Well, I have to pop the stitch on the side. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pop the stitch on one of the sides and re-sew it up. Because this is in a circle already. Yeah, let me do that. Let me do that. I'd rather sew this back up. It's okay. One of my ends needed to be open. Good thing I didn't have that other stuff attached, because this would have been a nightmare. And this is why we baste first and regular stitch later. And this is also why we edit videos, so all of this will not be in there, because this is going to be a very, very long video. I had to open up one of my side seams on the ruffle. Oh, don't rip. remember I had both of my side seams sewed up. I had to undo one of them, so it's completely open, all the way open, because you couldn't turn a circle into this. You'd have just been flossing at that point. So if all else comes, like if it all works out, this is what you're supposed to get. So this is the inside, and you see how clean it is. I didn't have to hand stitch anything. And this, oh wait, this is the inside, and that's not the stitch. That is that is the stitch. That's the stitch of me stitching this and this together for the outer part. But that's not the stitch of me stitching this like that. But this is the inside, and you see I don't have to worry about like tacking this down because it's already sewn down. And that's the outside. And I forgot to understitch, but I can do that now. But it worked out. I just got I gotta make sure that end is open. I gotta make sure an end is open. Now I got to get back to the inside. We're just gonna tube it. Just gonna tube it, and I only need to tube it as much as I need to do the back, and now I gotta do the front. And since I forgot to understitch this because I was trying to see how it was gonna work out, oh, I can just pop the stitch. I can just pop the stitch. This is why I don't teach. This is exactly why I do not teach. I be all over the place. And especially I shouldn't be teaching while I'm doing hacks. That's the top. This one I need. Okay, at least I know that it works. So I'm going to take this out. And I'm going to do my understitching. I'm going to go ahead and attach the top and do the understitching on that. And then I'm going to do this whole method again. Because I really don't like top stitching on my garments. Because they always, for me, always come out horrendous. Let's understitch. I had to try that out first. I had to. Okay, we're going to understitch, attach the front. At least y'all know that it works, but you cannot do it on it if it's already completely sewn up at the sides. You will have to undo the sides to get them so it can be able to come out like a tube. when I do understitch, I always do I always turn up my length, my stitch length. So I normally do around a 4.5, and I'm about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. So this is how my understitching is, and like I said, it looks like a top stitch, but it's to prevent your lining from rolling up. So when I flip this over, all you're going to see is my top, my outer. You will not, this lining will not like roll up and look like this. It prevents it from doing that. So, but you got to make sure that your seam allowance is sewn to the lining. Do not sew the seam allowance to your outer fabric. Alright, let's attach the front piece. Understitch this one also, because they had me going around the curves too. Yep. And I needed to stop 5/8 from the end, so I went down too far. But I'm going to keep it. Supposed to have a piece number 8, and I didn't cut that out. because I thought I didn't need that. Because I'm not doing what they want me to do. I'm not doing that. I'm going to take it out. So I want to do lacing. I'd rather do snaps than anything. We are understitching. Stitch on the side. I can go ahead and do my burrito method, and I can do it on both ends. Let me take this one apart too, because I don't want nothing ripping. I already see a rip. Pulling it through that tight space. Make sure I put a warning on this to watch it through first before you do the pattern. Watch it through all the way to the end first. If I do this dress again, I will probably do another live on it and get rid of this video and let that other video and let the other video take the place, because this was a disaster. So if you see another video pop up, no you didn't. It's been the same video the whole time. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Okay, now I got two separate pieces. I don't want to have to try to fold all of that out of the way. Okay, now we're going to do the burrito method to two separate pieces. Because I'm not making things harder for myself. Trying to get it in there in a way to where nothing is going up towards my where I need to stitch at. And I'm going to burrito both sections first, and then I'm going to stitch. That way I don't have to stop again to burrito again. Okay. There's one burrito. Anybody just walking up in here like, what is she talking about, burrito? Of the seam allowance on the sides, which it probably wouldn't even matter, but I want to be on the safe side so I don't have the seam rip nothing else. forgot. Use the previous stitch on. So I needed to turn it over. We'll need to press this. If I feel like this isn't long enough, because I can't get any more of this fabric, I probably can find some on Amazon. Probably. I think I've seen it on Amazon, so I may can find it on Amazon. And if I'm lucky enough, I will order it from there. I will make this longer, but if I can't find it, I'm gonna add some lace to it, the bottom of it, like a black lace. I think that'll be cute. Super girly. Okay. This way. Alright, we're nice and clean on the inside and on the outside. Nice and clean. Do this side. And then I'm going to re-sew those sides back up. And then I can attach the bottom to the top. Oh, wait. I need to follow the original stitch lines. I need to flip it over. I also need to go in and check to make sure I don't have any snags. I don't see any, but I'm not really looking. So I need to make sure when I'm pressing, I'm looking over that so I can fix it before I start attaching anything. Y'all don't stay and watch till the end to see the finished look, y'all can always come back. It should be uploaded tomorrow. I don't know at what time, because it be taking a long time for YouTube to upload the videos, to upload the lives at least. So y'all can always skip to the end to watch the finished look. Best part about this material is that, like, even though I'm like working it so much and it's kind of like losing its crispness. I can, whenever I wash it again and iron it, hell, it may even do it as I iron it right now. It will return back to that crispness. It was starting to feel really, really soft. I need to serge this part because that don't make no sense to have that raw edge like that. So they don't tell you how to finish it. They didn't tell you how to finish it, and they didn't say serge it. So I'm assuming like I should have serged it, and that's what I'm gonna do before I sew anything down. So I'm going to serge the raw edges of that extension piece. Like, serge that or zigzag stitch it. Which is what I am about to do right now. don't need to go all the way up to the top. I just need to go past the waistband. It is 4:17. 4:17. I started this live at almost 12 o'clock. It don't seem like it's bad, but when it's like 4 in the morning, it is a different story. Because technically we wasn't sewing that long. It's not even 4 hours yet. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not yet 5 hours. But I already knew this dress was going to take a while because of the gathers. And I should have had a lot of that done. But like I said, I kind of wanted this to be as much as a sew with me instead of a sew along. I know it kind of sounds the same. It could be the same, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Okay, so let's try this on. A lot of the tedious stuff I will not do on here. You don't need me to do that to get the picture of how this is supposed to look. And I'm going to regret my choices in putting these pins in. I want to try to get this down to stay down. This I will have to hand stitch, but this hand stitching this is better than hand stitching this. Hand stitching this little tiny bit is not as bad as hand stitching this long ass waistline. I need to press out this real quick. Should have clipped my curves, but I'm not going to do it on this. Let's see if I can get away without doing it. Should have brought the dart over just a touch more. So dart should have been a little bit longer because I added an inch to this. So I did, you got to cut this on the fold. So it's on the fold. And instead of me putting it right on the edge of the pattern piece like this and then cutting, I moved it about a ½ inch away from the pattern, from the edge of the fold, and I cut. So when I open this up, technically there is a 1 inch, 1 inch more right here. So I end up elongating the darts. The darts are supposed to stop like back here, and I went a little bit further up, which stops here. So they were supposed to stop like right here, and no, about right there. So I went up about ½ inch, and I should have, excuse me, I should have made them a little bit longer, because now that this is longer, which I'm fine with, my darts don't come to the apex. So it's not at the nipple. It stops here, and I need it to come at least here, like right there. So that's a full inch. About a full inch. Because the breast is supposed to sit inside of that, but it's not. So, lesson learned. Now I know I need to make it longer than what I thought I needed to make it. I thought I was adding enough onto it. So I guess since I made it an inch longer, I should have did at least ½ inch more on the darts. And I don't think I added enough. So I needed to do at least an inch, ½ inch to an inch more. I will remember that the next time. So if this doesn't fit right, it just ain't gonna fit right. So now I'm going to put my sides back on, and then we're going to attach the bottom. We're going to attach the bottom. At this point, you would have been done. You would have been done. You would have been putting on your button and your buttonhole, and putting on your hem. Partially done, because you still would have still had to hand stitch. So because I don't have to hand stitch now, that kind of leaves one thing out. So you'll still be probably where I'm, like, still working on yours, but it'll be wearable somewhat. over a little bit. There's a hole right here. There is a hole. Ooh, wait a minute. No, can't do that. Oh, that is long. We're not doing that. There was a rip, so I had to put a piece of interfacing right there. I had black interfacing. I should have grabbed that one, but this was what was closest. Ripping this one, smaller one. That should be fine. I wasn't supposed to do that. But I'm so used to pressing this button for the steam, but I wasn't supposed to do that for interfacing. Okay. Paired. We are fixed. We're good to go. Let me iron out this seam or flatten this seam. know the next time to mark out my 5/8 on here, so I wouldn't have to worry about this. See if I want to add that extra piece, because technically I don't need it. It's the piece that I did not cut out, because I'm not doing the loops, because they want you to do like buttons and loops. So basically you will be getting piece number 8, folding the edge over by what, a quarter of an inch, a half an inch. So turn it over half an inch. Oh, that's for the loops. I'm not doing the loops. So number 8 is for the loops. So you will be turning it half an inch, and I think turning it again half an inch and folding it in half and stitching. Oh no, that's elastic. So 8 is the front facing. Do I want that? I'm thinking, y'all. Do I want this? It's just the front facing. So number 8, you will do the half inch turn, and you will sew on elastic. You will get an elastic piece, and I think they want you to do it at, each piece needs to be 1.5 inch long, and you need 8 of them. 7 of them. So you need to cut 7 elastic pieces, 1.5 inch long, loop them like this, and then stitch them on Placket piece number 8, and you have dots. So I would have been on a 24 for mine. If yours is like, if you cut out a size 18, you'll be putting yours on every hole that has 18. So mine would have been 24, and then you will sew it on to the front. Now I can still do that, but I'm not going to do that. I don't think I need to do that. I'm folding in my edges, and I want to see how this is going to close up real quick before I decide I want to go through all that hassle. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay without the loops. But yeah, basically you will be taking that piece number 8, folding over where the point is at, this point here, you'll be folding that over by 1/2 inch, and on each dot you're going to do 1.5 inch elastic, and the elastic needs to be, what size elastic they say you need? 1/8 of an inch. So you need the skinniest elastic you can find. So 1/8 of an inch elastic cut at 1.5 inch. You need 7 of them, and you need to put them on each one of these dots. You're going to take it over to your dress, and you're going to sew the part. The loops will be going this way, so the loops will be going towards the point. So towards the fold, your loops will be going this way, so it'll be looped this way. So this will be your raw edge. So when you sew it to your dress, you're going to sew the short edge to your dress, making sure that these here, where the loops are going to be at, the raw edge of the elastic is towards this way, and it's going to get sandwiched in between the dress. Just like this. So that's the folded edge, that's the raw edge, that's the point, that's the short edge, and your loops are folded over going towards the folded edge. This is the raw edge that's going to go on to the front of your dress, and you're going to sew it down at, I think it's going to be 5/8. Yeah, you're going to do 5/8. Yeah, and make sure that you fold that top part down right here. So that should be the seam allowance. Fold it down to the seam allowance, and then you're going to attach it to the side, and they want you to trim it down. I'm not doing that. You will be doing that. I don't want elastic and buttons. Me inside anything don't work out. So we will be putting either snaps over here or something else, or I will stitch it down and do and just close it up. So I will do a top stitch on top of this. If this dress is big enough for me to just slip over my head, I wouldn't need to do all of that. So I would just do a top stitch and just sew it up. But we're about to attach my bottom half. So yeah, it closes up. It closes up just fine. And all I did was just folded the seam allowance inward. If I have snaps in here, but I have like the metal snaps, I'm going to go and buy me some on Amazon, if I remember, to buy me some plastic snaps, the smaller size. Try not to rip. Okay. Thought I did it anyways. need to do that. It's a good thing it's folded in. That's letting me know that it's time for me to go to sleep because I'm already about to make mistakes. All I'm doing is just folding in to create my seam allowance, so all of that can get folded inside of the bodice. So that's all I'm doing. And I will have snaps on this, or I will just sew it down and not worry about the snaps. We're going to try it on when I get the bottom half sewn on. We're going to try it on and see how it looks and fits. I may have to make a black t-shirt, because that's something I don't have, like, besides my work shirt, and I'm not wearing that with this. So I need a black shirt, whether it's a button up or a t-shirt. Okay, now let's attach this. Lord have mercy on my son. And this will be the last thing that I will be doing for mine, because I can hem when I'm not on the camera, and I got to see if it's long enough anyways, because I may have to end up adding lace to the bottom, because I don't have no more of this fabric. Alright, so this has 3, this has 3. So we're going to attach it at, that don't have a full 3. Technically it does. These going to be quarter marks. I don't need quarters or halves. These are my quarter marks here. And this is my half marks. Figure out how to put pockets in this, y'all. I will figure out how to put pockets in this. Best believe. Hope that this piece will be long enough so I can get some good gathers. So I can get some good gathers in it. I don't want a repeat of the lower tier. this is the wrong side. Okay. I don't think this is gonna have enough gathers on it. I do not think. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna have to add more. And I don't have no more fabric. I have a little piece left, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to give me what I need. Because this is not going to work. This is not going to work. Never fails. Never, ever, ever, ever fails. Just when you get to the end and you think you're about done, this happens. This happens. Top ruffle. No, I need piece number 4. Piece number 4. This one. quick. Not gonna worry about doing the top, just the sides. This is why you don't touch the pattern unless you figure it out first. And that was my fault. I know now. Every one that I add on to, I need to double it. So if I add one, I need to add two to the next one instead of one. Probably doesn't even matter. This should be enough. Should. Not worried about this part right then. So now I know it's not feasible to come into a live and especially one that's uploading to your channel. TikTok doesn't upload to the channel, so it kind of saves it and you have to download it, but I'd never download them. But yeah, these are not, it's not, I won't be able to do this. I will have to do edited version, and I'm not doing that. So I would rather come with the dress almost, or the garment almost built sewn together. So if I have to do like 3 tiers of gathered, like 3 tiers like I did on this one, I will go ahead and have 2 of them already sewn up, like completely sewn up and sewn together. That way I'm attaching it to, I only need to show you how to do one. And you will just have to pause the video to catch up. Gathering stitches, attach this to that, and find the quarters again. So much fun, so much fun. No, we're not going this close. It's too close to the edge. I'm gonna sleep in really late. I'm probably not even gonna wake up until 3 o'clock. I don't have to be back on till 7. So I can sleep in as late as I want. I don't have to worry about work. And y'all will see me again at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My garment is pretty much almost done. That's it hanging up right there. So the only thing I gotta do is attach the sleeves to the body and attach the skirt to the bodice. Everything is sewn together. Everything has gathering stitches. I've already put 2 of the tiers together. I left the other one off because I want to do the burrito method. I didn't want to have to try to get all those layers in between. So I am coming prepared, and y'all will be lucky if that live will be 2 hours. If it's 2 hours, it's because I'm yapping. And I forgot to change my thread, but oh well, I'm okay. I'm okay. Hopefully none of these snap. guess we're not on that. I'll find them later. I will find them later. I need to find a seam that has everything attached. I can't even do that. Because if I elongate 4, I need to elongate 5. I can't even do that. This is why I don't do ruffled stuff unless I know I have a lot of fabric. Like 10 yards or more. Okay, I need to be on the hunt for some more of this fabric. I think I saw it on Amazon, I think, and I need to see if I can find some. Because I need some more. Alright, I am about to end the live, y'all, because shit is not working out. I wanted to show y'all the finished thing, but I guess I will just come on with a video of the dress so y'all can see how I look and see how things turned out. I'm mad. I am mad. Like, super mad. But I would rather find more fabric and fix the gathers, because I do want a lot of gathers, than to just stick it on here. Oh, I wanted y'all to see it. I wanted to see it. Yeah, my only other option is to cut down 3. I don't want to cut down 3 because I like how 3 looks. 3 is what's attached to the bodice. Let me look for some more fabric, and if I have to come back on and do a live to finish it, I'll do that. If not, I will do a video. But then again, the only ones who will know about this are the ones who are watching right now. Because who's to say that I will actually upload this live? I am pissed. I am pissed. It will get done. It will get done. All right, y'all. See y'all tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we will sew up this dress back here. I'm mad. I'm mad. So just join me again tonight. We will actually finish that because that is more than 3/4 of the, it's probably around 3/4 finished. So we will be sewing up this, but it's going to be super, super long. I probably would need to trim 5 to 8 inches off of it, but I'm not. We're going to keep it long. Excuse me. We're going to keep it long. It's going to drag the floor. So, yeah, we're going to sew this up tomorrow. Well, tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank y'all for hanging with me. I am mad that I can't show y'all this since y'all was trying to, like, hang with me to see it finished. I probably will give y'all another live if I can find some more of this fabric. If not, I have to go hunt it down at Fine Fabrics to see if I can find it again, because that's where I got it from. All right then. All right, y'all. Bye.